And you should go live with YouTube any second. Waiting for it. You can do it. Alright, and we're live with YouTube. Let's see, I think there's something major like that was changed. Go look at the patch notes or something. It'd definitely be commuted. Yeah, no, I think, like I said, I think it was very genuinely the way I built my stuff in Timberborn was going there. Oh, I forgot to, I forgot. So we got, Donkey Duff getting the first. We got Kalaria Star, Senchi Cookie, Donkey Duff, Illicit NZ. It's Just Jess, Burning Sun, Dick Butte, the very last Lardine, Ouge Zay on their 25 stream streak. So thank you so much for catching the last 25. We got Darth Dragos, Nomver, and Proger, and a Night Dweller. All hanging out. So I don't remember at all what we were doing. So let's go and try and figure that out. So what we've got going on here is for our little tasks. We've got the missing machinery, which requires the crane. We've got the drowned heavy vehicle, which is you. Okay. The drowned heavy vehicle will be one to check out. I'm not even sure how I want to tackle that. I believe this one requires us to go to the next map over. Oh no, that one we could do. Yeah, so that requires us to go to the next map over. That's fine. I think that's going to absolutely happen today. That requires the next map over. Oh no, don't restart that. Start tracking that. Oh, that requires the drilling parts. Okay, so let's try and take our luck with the drowned vehicle, which does mean this is not going to be the vehicle we choose. And we got Night Dweller on 25 stream streak, so thank you so much for catching the last 25 streams without fail. It means a whole heck of a lot. You were doing a thing. That's what. Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to go and get one of our bigger trucks. Let's park you up. Alright, I don't think there's anything we had left to customize you. Oh, I can raise you. That's something we want to do. Does it actually take? I didn't see. And I should be buying, like, better everything. I've still been just hoarding our money. Because it's one of those things that I haven't run into stuff that I just cannot do. Alright, so we need to get over here. Got water up there. But probably best bet. Oh yeah, you got water down there. I'm gonna take my chances going this way. There's a bit of water here, but I think we'll just be able to get around it. Because I mean, we're gonna be absolutely swimming this thing. So we're try our best to get as far out here as we can to drag this truck out. That's our first goal. Get ourselves a new vehicle. One of the things that's going to get us in trouble is the gas mileage on here. Considering we haven't gone anywhere and we're already down a gallon of gas. And we're going to be riding in the muck. Now, the thing is, if I can get the vehicle out of the water, then that'll be fine. But that is the big challenge. Because it recommends an off-road truck, and this is a heavy truck. Connected to something over there, apparently? No, I realize I can sell vehicles. thus far, the game has not really instructed me on that, nor has the game really surfaced that, like, hey, you should probably do that. It's not that I won't do it at all, but I've also been able to manage with what we've got. So, It's kind of the comment I made last time, is I've had nothing in this game that makes it at all easy for me to quantify, like, how important money is. Like, if I buy stuff now, I'm going to be setting myself up for failure later. Like, there's been nothing to indicate any of that. So, for the time being, I'm kind of hoarding my money, because I don't know if, like, I spend it now, if I'm going to turn around and be like, oh man, I really wish I hadn't spent that $10,000 on that thing. You know, so it's the whole, I don't know what I don't know yet kind of thing. But we've been managing okay so far. Now, the reality is, maybe had I gone and bought a bunch of stuff, some of these ones that are a bit harder would have been much easier. But it is one of those things that I have resources and I don't know the value of those resources. This morning you almost burned down your house by forgetting to blow out one of those incense sticks into those incense burners by accident? I mean, did you just, like, let it burn long and you're just stating that you had forgotten about it? Or are you saying, like, you actually started a fire? Because usually those things, not normally a danger. Like, don't get me wrong, they're a fire hazard. But you're more worried about, like, being unlucky and having something flammable nearby. That was annoying. I was trying to turn. I think it just took too long to actually do it and we were bouncing. The thing was literally on fire? Yep. Don't do that. Fire bad. Okay. Alright. So now's where we get to see if this is going to work out at all, or it's going to be terrible. The fire is fun? No. Bad. Alright, so there's our goal. So what we're trying to do is ride along this edge here. Far enough that I can get to this tree. And this thing is just going right across this. That poor Jeep struggled with all this, and this thing's just like, nah, man, I got this. So we're not going to be anywhere near that from here. So we're going to do the same way we did with the Jeep, is we're going to go over to this tree. Now we can drag that to us. Alright. And we're rolling. All right. It's not exactly where I want you, but I can take that. Just use you to pull myself out of the water real fast. Don't mind me. All right. You can go right over here real fast. Come on. Just little by little, we're just dragging it out of here. They'll actually work right there. Okay. So I'm trying to shift over to these trees so I'm in range of the truck. And keep turning that over. Of course, you get right stuck on that log, which is not really what I'm aiming for. Alright, that's fine. We'll just drag this over here without rolling. Okay. Can I get you at a different angle? Just got stuck up on that log and we don't want that. But we keep inching it over, we'll be alright. Almost off that log. Definitely not where I wanted to put that tree. Or put the, put that truck. But now it's there. Oh, you're like right there. Come on, man. Wonder if I switch to the tree. I can shift the log in a way that'll benefit us. No, that log's stuck there. Okay. But see, I like the amount of work of having to do because of that pump. Which has definitely got this truck stuck in the first place. Even though someone could walk out there in the shallow mud water. Yeah. Come on. So let's slowly turn me. At least that was the plan. It's not working at all. Basically trying to reposition where I am relative to the truck so I pull it more sideways than straight into it. Alright. That's a mistake. Oh, you're caught in something else, not just that tree. There's something else he's caught on this side too, and I'm not sure what it is. Like another tree in the water I'm not seeing or something. I'm hoping to get to the other side of this tree, though, to give me as much leverage as possible. Oh, actually, we're doing fine now. That's fine, I got a tree between us now. What are you gonna do now? Look, I know I'm getting damaged. Just get it out of here. Turn, turn, turn. We're wrecking our engine really fast. There we go. We're almost out of here. Come on. You got this. Just give me a little bit of traction. Because all my anchor points are behind me right now. Go, go, go. Keep going, don't get swamped. I know, dangerous water level. The problem is I've got the back of my truck beached. So maybe if we're lucky, I can use that to rotate my truck. That didn't work at all. Come on, you can do it. Thank you, Mospec. I appreciate that. Alright. Oh, I can't take that? That's annoying. That's weirdly actually working. Because both trucks are running, this one's slowly pushing this truck up. At least it was. Game freeze. There you go. Come on, I just need to get just enough out of the mud here to get on the beach. Once I'm on the beach, we're good. I just kind of wish... Oh, I can actually do this. Come on, straighten it, straighten it. You're so close. It shouldn't make any meaningful difference turning on the differential there. Differential is mostly for when you have only some of the tires are... Why am I getting, like, freezes all of a sudden? I didn't have that before. If I fail to get out all in this one go, this would be okay too. Just basically pull it as far out of the water as we can. I can't see what I'm doing. It's so annoying that we're so close here. The problem is I can't reach anything on the other shore for a little while longer. Yeah, so now you're beached. I'm trying to unbeach you for a moment. It's not really going the way I wanted. Yeah, there's no getting any meaningful amount of speed out of that. So let's try going around the red truck the other side. Or we could just shove it. That's a strategy too, I guess. Alright, so this is good progress. Come on. We're through the worst of it. Alright, come on. Okay, so we have managed to pull it out of the mud. Now I just need to get it to, I believe, the farm is where that's going. I want you over this way somewhere. That's fine, we can do it this way. Can't go that far. Come on, friend. We got places to be. Once I get out on the road, this will be way easier. All right. Figure out where we're going before we start going too far. We can take this route, which will be probably our best bet in this case. No, it won't. There's a big pool of water over there. Yeah, so we got a nasty spot there. That's probably fine. See what we can make there with how much gas we've got left. Why are you fighting me for every inch? I need more hands because of the sheer, like, turning and wanting to move forward and to operate the winch all at the same time. Okay. Just tell you pushing reverse pedal. Reverse pedal? That's not how cars work. Well, there is a real chance I run out of gas along the way here. A very real chance, because I just gotta get through this part here, which is all murky. But then I still gotta get to the gas station. Now, of course, I could always just stop at the garage, pop in there for 2 seconds to refresh my gas, and move on from there, which is probably what we'll end up doing. Assuming I actually have enough gas to get there. Otherwise, we'll probably just have to recover the vehicle and come back for this. Because, of course, this is costing us, like, 2.5 gallons a minute, and I got 5 gallons left. Alright. Making good progress with all this, though, so that's all nice and whatnot. There's the water down there, which is probably where we'll actually run out of gas, is in that muck down there. At least try to get this to the other side of the muck here. We'll see. I probably won't. Nope, there it goes. Alright, it's fine. Wait. Refuel? Ow. Yeah, I'll be taking that gas, thank you. Would you give? Alright, fine, let's move forward more. Alright. That's fine. Pulling us along through the mud. Then you slam on the parking brakes. But you're also not in this world with all this going on. Just need to inch a little ways forward. There we go. Hey, Belnar, how's it going? Thanks so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I saw you were playing some, I believe it was Pal World I saw you playing earlier. So I do hope that went well for you. We're playing some Truck is Stuck Simulator. For those who don't know, Belnar, another member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Plays a whole variety of like indie games and whatnot, but playing some Pal World, has played Terraria recently, among many other games. Definitely good times. Valheim is also on the list there. I've been played recently. So yeah, Truck is Stuck is awesome. Yep, and I'm being a little bit stubborn. I probably should be upgrading things, but this is my first time playing the game, like the first run. This isn't the very first stream of this run. But as such, like, you don't really know how important it is to like save your money or how often you should upgrade. Like, these are all the things you'll learn from playing a game. We're definitely gonna run out of gas here though. But we did pull this thing out of the mud by the pump, so it's not too bad. We're almost through this muddy spot here. Oh, you're stuck in a rock. Of course you're stuck in a rock. Look, you bring the rock with you. It's fine. Don't get stuck in the pole, please. I know there's a point there I can grab. Well, that's inconvenient. But yeah, for those who know Belnar, absolutely fantastic creator. Something you should definitely check out. I don't think that's true. Why are you in the poll literally one? Get your Pal World save corrupted, so you had to restart. That's no fun. I can work with that. I think we can squeeze that around the other side of the pole. That's never fun to have a save file get corrupted. But we moved to the Steam version, which is way more developed, and the Game Pass version for some reason. Yeah, no, it is a thing that when it comes to the Game Pass, my understanding, and this is all secondhand information, so grain of salt and whatnot, is that the update process for Steam and Game Pass is very different. Oh, you're stuttering because you're basically out of gas. That's fine, we need to recover you anyways. Alright. But, so my understanding, and this is, again, all secondhand information, so grain of salt and all that, is that when it comes to Game Pass, part of the reason they do it for so much cheaper, the, you know, like Microsoft making access to all that, is that they do a lot of stuff to increase the efficiency of, like, the hosting and all that, but part of the restrictions are they do have a slower update cycle they permit. So it is one of those things I've tended to find that when it comes to the Game Pass version of games, it'll be whatever's like the 2, 3, 4 week old version of the game. A lot of times. Now, that said, if a game is like ready for launch, they got all squared away, and it's all you know, in perfect shape and whatnot, then you tend to get stuff on the same version. But, like, when they're doing stuff like getting updates in at the very last second for release and all that, it tends to be not as good. So I'm going to try and do this time is pull the truck from between the pole and the rock. I don't think that's a smart move on my part, but also, hear me out, I'm going to do it anyways. Because there's a possibility it doesn't fit. You can do a truck. Alright, that's not gonna work. Okay, it was worth a shot. Let's just shove it out of the way. It's just free range and our platforms curate more. Yeah, there's definitely that. And there are pros and cons with both sides of things. Like, I would definitely say when it comes to, you know, high, low quality, Steam does have more games that are like, you know, they're allowed to sell that kind of like it barely functions kind of things compared to a lot of the other platforms. But that's, you know, the choices of how things are being run, pros and cons. Relax is like it wouldn't exist without Steam's free range updating. Yep. For better or worse. What I'm trying to do is nudge that thing back enough that I can get around that telephone pole. It is very into that telephone pole. But I don't have a whole lot of place to be able to pull it to the side, unfortunately. It is all in a very murky area. Come on, come on. Get around the little electrical box. There we go. Well, from the farther side. So, a lot of times it's not giving me the option. Like, there's a middle anchor point there, but it doesn't give me the option a lot of times. There we go. Come on. Alright, you're finally around it. Let's reposition up here. Now I don't have to worry about that. Okay. And now all I gotta do is get it to the farm. So we got one more patch of mud to get it through, but shouldn't be as bad as the others. But yeah, I do feel like right now on Twitch as a platform, things are just weird with Pal World being as ridiculously large as it is, which I don't think anyone anticipated. We were thinking as left to right, and you're pulling from the right, which was closer to your truck, made left to turn more. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I know I, back at the other place, not there, the log, I was switching back and forth. I didn't notice that big of a difference, but maybe it would have. Yeah, I was hoping I'd just be able to drive right across this without a problem. But yeah, so it's like kind of a weird thing that I think Pal World blew up more than anyone really anticipated. I do wonder... Over 200,000 viewers? Oh yeah, no, it's very much. Like, there are people saying it is the highest concurrent game ever on Steam, which they're wrong, actually. That was PUBG PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, but when they switched to free-to-play, it delisted them under the normal category. Because I think it was 1.4 or something million people were playing Pal World at the same time. But, PUBG at its absolute peak was like 3.2 million or some absolutely obnoxious amount. Didn't Diablo 4 reach 400,000? Oh yeah, that's streaming on Twitch. I'm referring to concurrent players on Steam. Let's see, they use Epic's backend for multiplayer, which was capped to 700,000, which is causing huge issues. They had an emergency meeting to improve it to 1.3. Which is now hit, again having problems. That checks out. But yeah, so it's like, it's exploded. I do wonder, in the long term where it sits, I feel like, and I haven't played it to be clear, but from the outside view, it feels like a game that people are gonna have a lot of fun for a while, which, you know, awesome. But it does feel like one of those ones that, when the novelty wears off, I think people will be bouncing to other stuff. But again, I haven't played it. It could be the next most amazing game ever. But I feel like the silliness and meminess is definitely helping it out a lot. Because it's just this weird game. Which is a good thing, to be clear. But I especially find in the survival genre, they bounce. If they keep updating... I think it's going to be the same as Valheim. Exactly, that's where it's going to go. I think it'll be the same as Valheim, where, like, it blips on the radar for a little while and then kind of fades into the background, and it blips on the radar for a little while and then fades to the background. That they do kind of that back and forth. Which isn't a bad place to be. Alright. Because that's true of most games on Steam. There are very few games that stick around for any meaningful length of time. We got the missing machinery here, but I need to get the heavy crane, which I could buy, but at the same time, I'm reluctant to buy anything because I have no way of quantifying how important money is. Alright, so start tracking that. So we need to go to the drilling site as our drop-off point, and we need to get the steel, or the metal beams here. So I probably drive up to there. Where did I discard? So that's the 4. I don't want... Oh, wait. Steel beams are 2 pieces? Yeah, let's make mistakes. So we're going to pull out here. We're going to grab this. We don't want to go up that way. So I think we grab that. We cut across here. Go up this way. Follow the highway because it's nice and clean. We'll refuel while we're at the gas station. We'll go up here to there, cut across this way, grab our steel beams, cut back across here, Then go up this way, follow this windy road. It'll be absolute hell with that flatbed. Probably get swamped down that water right there. Alright, so it's gonna be a rough go of it. But I wonder if it'd be a time they die. Counter-Strike Team Fortress come to mind. Well, yeah, but even like Counter-Strike Team Fortress, that kind of thing. Like Counter-Strike, I would argue, has been multiple new games over the years. Because like you had Counter-Strike, you had like Counter-Strike 2, you had Counter-Strike Source. And it was just a moving the needle forward. But I would argue that the Team Fortress 2 doesn't die. Yeah, I feel like Team Fortress 2 found like a perfect like equilibrium in how to do a lot of the stuff. And then they followed that up by doing stuff to like build up interest. They still update that game. Like they added the whole cooperative mode after a while, like. But yeah, there's some of those games that stick around, but those would be the exceptions to the rules. Like a lot of games you see, they pop out, there's a huge fanfare, huge number of players, and then, you know, 2-3 weeks later, you look at the category in places like Twitch and, you know, YouTube and that, and suddenly the number of places you can find the game almost, you know, vanish. But that's kind of just the pressure of being in creating. You either have to, if you're doing the variety thing, you do have to like move through games, which does mean even if you're not playing like the latest, you are playing stuff generally that's fresher, I guess I'll go with. Whereas if you are sticking to a one game plan, then sometimes you can get away with games that are definitely nowhere near as fresh. Especially if you're like, you become kind of like the person in that category. You're kind of like against forever games on principle. Yeah, I'm not someone who can be into one game forever. It doesn't matter how good the game is. Like, there is not a game out there I could see putting in, you know, tens of thousands of hours and not wind up hating it by the other side of it. And that's not a commentary about quality of games.
Thank you, Electric Pixel Engineering, for subscribing for 2 months.
Thank you, Electric Pixel.
I've been gone for 2 weeks.
Gotcha, thank you, Electric Pixel Engineering, for the tier 1 sub. That's 2 months you've been subbed to channel, so I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. And I do know, most I can buy new trucks. I've kind of said this a number of times that, generally speaking, the game doesn't really give you any indicator of the importance of money. Like, is money a super rare commodity, or is money something that's extremely generous and all that? I don't really have a good way of quantifying it. The game is also not really nudged, pressured, acknowledged, or in any way promoted me buying a truck. So it is just kind of one of those things that you kind of scratch your head. You can't play this game, the driving is very bouncy. But it feels good to me. I definitely prefer the driving a lot of other games, but for the type of game it is, I do think the wishy-washy bouncy of it makes sense. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again so much for that support. And I do owe, I think that's, yeah, so I do have a thing for every sub and for every 100 biddies. I'll do a Lego piece. I'll get that a little bit before that. The 4-wheel drive is not good. I've found it to be somewhat authentic, because a lot of games you push 4-wheel drive and you just go over everything without any issue, versus I can tell you from 4-wheeling and everything, I've absolutely been in the situation where you sit there and all 4 tires spin, you go, well, and then you get your buddy with, you know, a cord or something to try and push and all that. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, I'm not saying it's like, oh, you're wrong for disliking it. No, absolutely. The driving feels weird compared to a lot of other games. I would agree. Like, there's definitely times you drive and the vehicles just kind of like really kind of go like this the whole time. Like, what are your shocks in this thing made out of? Like, there's bouncy and then there's bouncy. But yeah, so it is one of those things that, like, the game is not giving me any indicator pressure or otherwise being like, you could buy a truck. Now's a good time to buy a truck, or even anything. Like, it almost barely acknowledges it as a mechanic that exists in the game. But I also, like I said, I have no idea the value of money in this game world. And therefore, it really does pressure you to not want to buy things. Because you're like, okay, is this one of those games I will never be able to buy all the things? Is it one of these games I'll have so much money I won't even know what to do with it? There's just not a real good way to tell until you can see, like, the entire inventory you'll always have available. So since thus far I've been able to be successful with what I have, I've had no pressure mechanism, whatever you want to say, to encourage me to spend. I wouldn't say it's a mistake on the game's part or anything. Yeah. Just do it. Yeah, no, the maps are wonderful. Let's see, from what I've seen and read, money is there to buy trucks you want to use. An upgrade as needed, that's it. You can spend 0 or all of it all the time. Yeah, no, it's, like, but that's still a thing. Okay, you can buy trucks, but it's one of those things that I can just straight up buy all the trucks really easily. Like, it's the value of the dollar in the game. You know, how much money do I get versus how much does it cost to get what I want? And the problem is also, as a new player, I don't know the vehicles. I go, oh, that's one I want, that one's I don't. Because I've also even noticed, like, this is your engine has an S rank, this is your engine has a this rank, that kind of thing. Even that, I found the way they actually perform doesn't feel consistent with the ratings they give them. And that could just be me not knowing the proper way of dealing with some of the vehicles and yada yada. We'll do the shenanigans again. It's like when you play an RPG the very first time, and you can go into town and be like, oh, it's 100 monies for a potion, and you're kind of like, okay, but you know, I haven't had an opportunity to get monies. Is 100 monies, like, a lot? Is it a little? I don't really know. Yeah. How good is the potion? Like, the potion will tell me it gives me 100 hit points. I look at my current hit points and go, well, I got 80. So, I mean, it feels like that's amazing. But I don't know if I'm going to gain a level and gain like 50 hit points, and now it's suddenly, alright, well that's pretty good. And then, you know, another level you get another 100 hit points, you go, okay, well now it's kind of just okay. Another 100 hit points, well now it's not worth the turn. Just never use that potion in case you need it later. Well, there's that problem as well. And don't get me wrong, the not spending your money is very similar to problem. You confuse the ranking. Apparently there's S plus, S, S minus, yeah. From best to worst. The fuel part confused me until you realized gallon miles number should be low as possible, just for example. The biggest issue with RPGs. If in the end game with a million consumables, I was saving. Yeah. Well, I mean, instead of giving me just S plus, give me like it has, you know, 100 horsepower, or it has, you know, some odd 100, you know, foot-pound worth of torque, or like whatever the actual stat is. Don't give me just a generic rating, or have the generic rating, but like give me an option to push a button to drill down. You're playing in normal settings, you can sell your cars for 100% refund, so you just try stuff out and not keep... Okay, that's good. That was one of the things, like, before, is, like... I was like, okay, realistically, if this is like most games, you buy it, and when you sell it back, you immediately lose 10% or more, which is one of those things that you tend to find that. That's what I was kind of figuring, is we would keep finding equipment on the maps, and then if I found, like, one truck, I'd be like, oh man, this is the truck. Then that would be, you know, what I would do. So largely people don't understand that stuff. So I think it's good that people don't know a ton of different vehicles. I don't disagree. At the same time, it's a pretty easy thing to tackle. That you could sit there and turn around and be like, torque, this is how much, you know, how much power your vehicle has to actually pull something. You know, top speed, this is how fast you can go. Like those things. You can have it so you can put your mouse over it or go to the option in the menu and it gives you like the thing. It's the exact same when you're playing like a role-playing game. Go, what does dexterity mean? Some game it's your dodge chance, some games it's your crit chance. Yeah. Yeah, no, I could try them. I just haven't had motivation to do it because very genuinely when a game gives it so it's not super easy to like compare stuff very directly in a way that feels meaningful, I tend to just not bother. And that's a me problem as the player. I just use whatever. Like, games out there that the weapons just don't have stats you just have to use, I'll generally just use what I have. And then just not even worry about any of the other mechanics and all that. The experimenting is more fun to watch, too, for that side of things. I mean, I can look at it. People have probably come to realize I actually get very annoyed when games don't communicate important information in a way that feels meaningful. And I haven't had too much of a problem with this, but I also haven't really engaged the buying stuff that much. I looked at it like for like 2 seconds and went, I don't know, like, I don't know what I don't know kind of thing, so I just moved on. And then like for the vehicle upgrades, I've held up doing most of those, because again, I don't really know the value of money in the game, like how fast is getting it. And normally with these kind of games, it's not that they hold your hand, but like when they're like, hey, you know, you need to be buying stuff for upgrades, they usually will have that mission. It's like, oh, you're gonna do this mission. Oh man, you're going to need off-road tires. Go buy your off-road tires. Like that kind of thing. They'll have like that introductory mission. It's like, oh, I should be spending money now. Oh, am I still attached? No, I'm not attached with the winch. That's fine. You know what cars got a new one? Neat. Get stuck in the flatbread that doesn't have all-wheel drive a few times. Sold it quick. There we go. Just stuck in the dirt a little bit there. Is make you... Let's see. Are roads evil? If the mud is all turned up on the road, it ends up being a problem. Why does it feel like... Yeah, that point's not where I want it. It's not roads are evil. When it's all turned up like this, it's all soupy. That could be a problem. But it's sometimes hard to gauge when you're off the road that sometimes going off the road is just as bad. You ever do buy a truck? I'll just look through them. I won't take recommendations. I understand people are trying to help, but I genuinely like to run into problems and make mistakes and all those kind of things. Because, I mean, it's an authentic way of playing so that people experience it as the game actually is and that kind of thing. It's also another thing that it can be useful for the developers of games as well to see the way people play their games and whatnot, versus, you know, when games rely entirely on wiki pages and, you know, having communities basically spoon-feed them the information that someone else had to figure out. Yes, this is too heavy of a load. Because we're not even at the worst part of this whole thing. Alright. You don't like being told how to play a game? I'm not going to tell someone else how to play unless they ask for advice. Right. Yeah, and I've done this pass a lot. It's just this particular time, those steel beams are heavy. I just need to get out of that muckier spot. Alright, Mousebuck, you have a good one. Like, part of me wonders if I have gone, if I would just go into the other regional maps, if I would have just found new trucks by now that have been, you know, interesting, good, whatever. But I also, very much as a player, I don't like leaving an area till I'm done with it. Oh, you didn't actually connect. Or at least as done as I can be at the time. Come on. As he said, that brings you back to the pre-internet days of playing video games, learning how to do stuff by asking friends and all that. Yeah, there's an appeal with that. But I don't know. I've reached the point in games. I don't mind when it comes to like min-maxing kind of gameplay, like having to look stuff up on the wiki or looking for secrets or that kind of that part is fine. when it comes to just like playing like the base game, like the feeling that needs to look stuff up, to, you know, have to hit the Reddit page or the wiki, or, you know, ask ours like, oh well, how do you do this? I don't know, I've lost patience for a lot of that. But like being able, you know, as far as like base success. Now, when it comes to stuff like, okay, well, my damage is pretty good in this character, is there a way to get more damage? And then doing some like theory crafting and that, I enjoy that part. And by all means, hit up the wiki and all that kind of stuff for that. When you're like, how do I function this game? Well, first, you close the game and you pull up the strategy guide. It's like, no man, hear me out. If I gotta leave your game to learn your game, you failed at the door. Because imagine for a moment I'm not playing with chat here who can give me all sorts of information. I'm just playing this on my own. So I'm not watching a streamer, I'm not pulling up YouTube videos, I'm not doing any of that. I am sitting in my room, playing the game, trying it for the first time. Like, if I've got to hit outside resources to succeed, that's a problem. Yeah, no, this truck definitely is not what it needs to be for this. I could have easily done this in one load. 2 is a bit ambitious. Here, this is very community coded. The gameplay that encourages community is good. Playing Lethal Company. So Lethal Company is literally a multiplayer game, though. So that's fine. Like, the idea is you would be playing with others and learning. I dislike that that's in the way, so I can't actually click on that. That's a different animal. But, like, when you go to play a single player... Like, imagine you go, okay, I'm gonna go play Half-Life. But, like, you don't have even the most basic information. I have the, like, the engine upgrade and the raised kind of thing. That kind of stuff that I have found. I have not purchased any upgrades. Which is what a lot of people are like, you need to be purchasing upgrades, and it's like, I agree. Like, now I'm actually seeing that this is an actual pain point I'm running into here. But it is those things that, so far, the game has given me, like, no meaningful information about the fact that upgrades... Like, you see you can buy them, and I know a lot of people in games just go right down and buy them immediately, but over all the years, games have trained me to not do that. I would argue they don't give you good feedback on when you need to upgrade. Because honestly, my immediate assessment is, oh, I shouldn't grab 2 of these at once. I should be grabbing 1 of these at once. Like, they mentioned upgrades, like, kind of one time early on, and then kind of just left it be. And you find upgrades, you put them on, but, like, the fact that you can buy them... I don't know. For me... I know people don't like the hand-holding of where a game will be like, hey, you know... This looks like you're really struggling. You probably should go and upgrade your engine. Or maybe this truck isn't the right fit. Like, it doesn't need to hold your hands and, like, really do that. Like, really go, like, really out of the way. But being like, hey, stubborn person, maybe it's time. I feel like what I would have wanted them to do is fairly early on have a mission that needed you to get an upgrade, and then just kind of like, here's where you go and do your upgrades. Because I don't believe they did that at any point that I could think of. So it's very, very easy to, like, honestly just forget that's even a mechanic in the game. But yeah, no, this for me as a player, I'm like, oh yeah, this should not be this hard. But I only got that information while I'm on it, so I'm being stubborn and trying to see it through. And then I'll succeed and be like, why do I need to get an upgrade? And then we'll be back at square one. Yeah. Now for me it's I'm looking at the way to solve this, and you notice I'm not upgrading my truck. I'm using different tricks I'm figuring out, like being able to detach the trailer and then use the winch to pull it forward and stuff like that. So I feel like we're both doing the same thing. It's just the way... That's not the right button. The way we're going about the solution is different. Then I'm like, okay, well I can just do this with the trailer and use leverage to work and all that. Like, if I didn't have chat sitting here being like, oh, you should be upgrading, I would assume this is just the way the game's meant to be played. Because the game has given me zero feedback that I should upgrade things. Because up here it says, you could also help yourself by, you know, using another vehicle you already own. The game is literally telling me to only use the vehicles I already own. Yeah, no, I agree. Having multiple ways to solve problems. And I understand I'm being stubborn about this. But I do take issue with a lot of games that I feel don't communicate to their players well. And so sometimes my stubbornness comes from that. For the upgrade bullies? Well, no, but that's the whole thing is a lot of you have already played through this, or you've seen other play this and all this. And so, you know, you've already had players who've gone through the pain of doing this sort of stuff and how helpful upgrades are and all those kind of things. Yeah. But yeah, my big problem is I've noticed I have a problem only after I've started the mission. So I don't want to stop the mission, go back, start trying like 6 different trucks to find one I like, to then start working on the mission that I started in the first place. I've got a task, I'm in it, I want it done. Oh yeah, I do owe a Lego Peach. Are you winning? I'm being stubborn. Like, we're getting through this, but we're getting through this from our own stubbornness, not necessarily strategic moves. That said, that thing is down in there and it's not moving that much. There we go. See, we just had to be stubborn. That's all you gotta do. Was it the P12 or the P16 that was good for logging? I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright. So did I need to go north? Yes, so before we go north, I need gas. So we're gonna take a quick detour real fast. And I'm gonna get gas, I'm gonna do the Lego piece IO. Because I still owe that. I just been trying to do it where, like, when someone does a redeem, I'll wait a little bit. That way, if anyone goes to do bits and all this stuff, I don't do, like, the whole back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, who wanted those shocks? I think the middle one is? Yeah, the middle one's the one we want. I still don't know what you're talking about. We did. I mean, this thing burns a lot of fuel even on a good day. Like when I'm going, a lot of times I'll be like, what's your mile or gallons per minute? It's like 3.6. Alright, so bear with me, chat, for just a moment, because I do need to do the Lego, because we had a sub earlier, and that's the thing we've got going on. So, what happens is, each and every time we have a sub, I do a Lego piece, so the next thing I need to do here is get the next piece going, which is just these two together. Not a whole lot to show, but what we've got going on right now is we've got this big thing that's been built up. We've got the helicopter here, so that's good, and we've got this little bracket here. So that's where we're at with the Lego kit. And that being our 100 biddies, that's another Lego piece to put on here real fast. So that goes on here. And since it's not steps, it's the okay. It's not steps, it's the number of pieces. So I've got that thing done, so let me switch this. Alright. Okay, and thank you for those 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. How much role play? And only a little bit. But yeah, so we are slowly building a Lego kit. And people be like, oh, like, why don't you make it cheaper and all that? I'm not trying to make it a thing where people can just like pay to build the whole kit.
Thank you, Dark Dragosh 1998, for gifting the sub to Holiday.
Thank you, Dark Dragos, for gifting
trainers go. Choo choo.
a tier 1 sub to Holiday. Holiday, you now have yourself some nice advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So we've got that. Definitely a good time to get upgrades. Probably, but then I gotta go all the way back to the garage. I'm already halfway through the mission. I will, after this mission, or if we get stuck at this mission, I will look at the upgrades. Because very clearly this one I'm having to butt my head against the wall just to get through it. Yeah, so we got a hype train going. So I do owe another Lego for that, which I will worry about once the hype train either comes to an end or starts to settle down. You doing good though? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The game kind of allows you to get by being stubborn. So I don't know. We're definitely being stubborn, and we definitely should do an upgrade. Yeah, no, I get it. We'll never tell you. See how this works. I didn't think that was gonna go well. That's fine. We'll get it sorted. So let's go up the hill here. We're just gonna do this the manhandling way. Alright, never mind. You gotta play attraction. I wish there was an option with the winch to, like, not do what we were doing there, but, like, let it out gradually kind of thing. So you can put a little bit more slack in there to get a better angle and then pull it. Because when I let go of this, it's not going to let me keep that there. And that's just they started to turn the wrong way when I got over here. I do hate I have to go through so many menus. Just pull it back up the mud a little first? Nah. No one's got time for that. Why do things the way you're supposed to when we can be stubborn? There we go. Alright, we'll just... Because I backed up in the mud, as we're just going to do the whole thing, we're just going to have to fight it back out of the mud again. So let's get it up the top of this hill real fast. We'll attach the trailer properly then. Okay. Alright, so we got 100 biddies and a sub for the hype train, so bear with me. Let's deal with that real fast, which is another Lego piece because we had the biddies as the first part. And then we'll get into this. So this one's a pretty small step. We're just gonna take you here. And just put the little snap in there in the corner. And that's the next piece done. Alright. Let's see, miss the mouse will let you scroll up and down. I wish I could do a lot more to, like, zoom the camera out, those kind of things. Like, that would be just nice to have. Not important to have, but nice to have. I didn't need to go over here. We did, but we didn't need to go off the road that far. Alright. Yeah, like I said, when we get this load dropped off, successful or otherwise, I'll actually look at some of the vehicles. Alright, here's the next hard part. As we get on this road, it's gonna get real soupy at the bottom. Oh, you found Garfunkel and Oates songs? Yeah, that takes me back. There's some chaos in there. Oh wow, that's already 9. It's not a big deal, but it does mean here in a minute my wife will get home. And usually around then I'll usually take, you know, a little like 2-3 minute break. Welcome my wife home. Usually it's around then that we I'll chuck something in the oven to get it heated up. And then usually a little bit later she'll bring it up and that way we have dinner. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, because I do stream for 9 hours a day. But it's just the timing that my wife gets home pretty early on the stream. I used to start a little bit earlier, but then my schedule had to move around for various reasons. And I kind of decided doing the 9 hours made more sense than the 11. Oh yeah, well no, I was very clearly, like when I started, I was doing 11-hour days, 7 days a week, and I did that for over a year. And eventually, I knocked a day off the schedule. So still 11-hour days. And it's only been since, like, November or something that I knocked it down to 9 hours, and that was, again, originally for a temporary schedule change. But then I decided to keep with it. Because one of the things I kind of noticed when I went and knocked it down to 9 hours, the total viewership of the channel didn't really change in any meaningful capacity. Which I think just has to lend to the fact that with that times, the starting when I did, a lot of the US people wouldn't be able to even tune into the channel for another like 2 hours because of people like getting home from work, dealing with kids, all the other responsibilities and all that that people have. But that was with all that. Just trying to get over this hill, and I probably better served by just attaching the trailer than attaching the winch to the trailer and then pulling the trailer to me kind of things. We'll end up doing that, I'm sure, once we hit like the proper mud up ahead. Alright. Yeah, and I think one of the big reasons I don't burn out is, one, is I variety stream. That's one thing I do that is very important to not burning out. If I was playing the same game for those kind of hours, it wouldn't matter what the game is, I would utterly despise it by the time I'm done. There's not many games you can play for those kind of hours and not burn out on, like massively burn out on. And even with the variety, there have been individual games I burned out on. Can't be easy being on for 9 hours. So, I have a couple things going for me, good, bad, or otherwise. One of those things is, maybe it's an ADHD thing. I don't really have an answer for it. I've always been the kind of person who, I'm not good at not having things I need to / want to do. If I ever find myself, like, without something to work on, I find that very frustrating. So it kind of gives me a thing to be working on at any given time. You don't idle well? Exactly. Like, it's not that I can't vacation or anything like that. I'm the kind of person who, my dream vacation is usually like go for a week on a cruise, because right around the time I hit 1 week is where I start, you know, just getting antsy having not worked on anything for a while. You don't have anything you can reach, can you? Don't think this will help us. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. It feels like a very ADHD vibe. You can get bored, could like physically hurt. Yeah, so that's one thing. And then my background before streaming is while I did software development and all that as well. I also have been a public speaker for at conferences and all that for a very long time. In a whole bunch of different capacities. So like being I don't know what you want to do, like on show or whatever, like being in like presenter mode kind of thing is a very familiar place to be. So just kind of one of those things that both of those go into it. Now that said, do I think doing this forever at this pace is sustainable? Probably not. Very genuinely, probably not. But for the time being, I don't feel any meaningful burnout. Over the years, I have been pretty good about recognizing when I'm starting to feel like I'm burning out in various things, and knowing when it's time to like back off or mix it up or whatever feels like the appropriate action to prevent said burnout. Man, you are not moving at all, are you? There we go, we got a little bit of movement. There we go. It didn't even seem that soupy in that spot, so I was like a little surprised when we got stuck there. Is he a wedge a tree? Maybe. It's just like suddenly it went from, okay, everything's going smoothly to like everything's just not. But it wasn't like in a particularly soupy spot, so it was just kind of like, huh. Because I felt like the really bad soupy spot was a bit farther up. Like we'd already gone through it kind of thing. Like, now I've turned this up pretty bad, but it's going relatively okay. Also from the other side of the road now? Well, now I've got the hill wedged in between, so I can use where I get pulled down towards the hill by the winch to my advantage. That's the reason why even though it's that much soupier, things were out pretty good for pulling it a decent ways up there. Come on, we're almost past that murky spot. Alright. Alright, Electric Pixel Engineering, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. This truck has diff lock, right? Yeah, diff lock only really helps if you have like one or two tires are kind of getting traction, the other two kind of aren't. I've had people ask me to do diff lock that it's like that won't help, and it just, you know, it doesn't. It's very much used diff lock for a very specific problem, which is not a problem we're having right now. I'm pretty sure the diff lock, wasn't that an upgrade we got? Like, what, we got our engine upgrade or something? Engine or transmission or something? Yeah, no, I realized that. I felt like it was the Jeep came with it, and this one I had to upgrade to it. I don't remember for sure, though. All right. Yeah, I have a feeling it's right up here where you see that next waypoint. That's where it's gonna probably be the point that we get swamped in. We end up having to back off to get an upgrade. We'll see. When we get some speed going, momentum might carry us through. Probably not. Oh, it's not gonna be interesting. We're just gonna get in that. It won't have an anchor point. We'll just sink and go, well, it's time to switch it up. All right. That's not a bad spot, actually. Why is it always night, please? Okay. There you go, you're on the dirt. Keep going. But as you can see, that's not looking good. And my destination is literally the other side of this bridge that we're about to hit. We'll stay in this dry spot for a second, and then we're in on the soup, and then we can see if we get lucky or not. Come on. Get to the bridge. You can do it. Get some speed and just try and send it. Destination's right there. It's just that down arrow. Here. You can make this work. Oh, is this not my destination? It's fine. I think I spoke too soon. We're close. We're very close to our destination. I know it's on this island. That's the reason I had to go that way. Is the R2 routes are like full-on water routes. Versus this one, there was that bridge we repaired earlier. Imagine this game required you to get out and do the winch by hand. No one would play the game. That's the answer. No one would play the game. You'd have a user base of 0. It'd be infuriating to try and play this game that way. People would play it. If every time I had to go out and I had to like get up, walk around, do the whole latch on thing, unless they let me, you know, have a lot more leeway with a lot of stuff, then maybe. You'd probably have a few, but yeah, no, generally speaking, would it be nearly as popular? No. That kind of comes down to the whole realism versus gameplay aspect of it. We've had the whole conversation about, you know, realism is not always the thing you want in a game. So like the quick winch kind of thing. Yeah. You'd have a stamina bar, you'd of course have to have proper hydration and food, but because it's a disaster area, neither of those would be readily available, so you'd have to go like, you know, checking in people's trunks and all that to try and find your food and water. Gasoline wouldn't just be at the pump either, you'd have to go and ransack other vehicles though, and you'd have a highly limited amount of gas. You know. Come on, man, it's not that bad of a hill to get over. We're at the finish line. Nope, not you. There you go. We'll just keep going till we get into the mud here and we stop being able to move forward. It'll bring it to us. I do kind of imagine a clip of a guy getting out of his car, immediately dropping down to his armpits in mud. You like hook your truck up to the fence then pull? No, the fence isn't like an... Well, I mean, if you're talking about like wedge the truck against the fence, that might have been an option. But you'll also notice we had a moment ago where neither me nor the trailer was moving. The winch itself wasn't strong enough to handle it. which does happen. But that is enough. I mean, I'm not going to worry trying to get this back because we weren't going to be able to anyways. I don't have the gas for it. Alright, so truck store. Ah, I see. So I have 39,700. So we have... It doesn't... So that's the off-road truck. Which I'm assuming is the place that we're really missing is an off-road truck. Man, those are expensive. Okay, so I can't access any of these trucks over here. Because the highway trucks haven't been a big deal. We can't afford that truck. We already have a Fleet Star. One thing I will do is let's go over here. I did not like the Chevy. So I would like to sell the Chevy. Which I'm not sure how we do that. Because I was very underwhelmed by that. I don't see where you do any of that. Yes, there's the Chevy I have. It marks that I have one. To sell, you click on the storage. Oh, I have to retain it, then go to storage. Oh, yeah. And so that's the highway vehicle. That's our scout. And that's the one we've got as our heavy truck. So we don't have an off-road. I haven't used this one because I've been using the heavy truck for all of, like, the highway stuff. I suspect I am going to want the highway truck for, like, probably moving down long distances. That's probably its magic. But honestly, I've been unimpressed by that truck as well. So I'm going to sell that as well. We're going to go back here. We're going to go to the truck store. Alright. So... I have a heavy duty. I don't really know what the difference between a heavy duty and a heavy is. It doesn't make it particularly clear one way or the other. It's acting like I have one of each of these. I'm not too clear on that. But off-road, we don't have one. Because the off-road is the one they kept recommending for a lot of stuff. Yeah, so this one's got the tire. You're compatible with what are these symbols? Towing platform. So you're... Okay, so you're compatible with way more. You come with a better base setup. A-star? The thing checkbox means it's available on the map even if you don't have it yet. Okay, so is that implying that I... Yeah, because there's no upgrades we have yet. We've basically explored the entire map except for like one spot up there. Oh, we never pulled you out! That's right. That's right. I totally forgot that one was up there. Either way, I think I'm gonna go for a heavy, the civilian heavy, and I think we go with the Paystar because the Paystar has a lot of compatibility. This one seems like the out of the box better right now, but with limited expandability. Versus this one seems like it's, you know, much more expandable, but doesn't come with all the bells and whistles to begin with. And then all the rest of this is inaccessible to me. So I think we start with the Paystar. It was funny watching the little scout car pulling stuff. Yup. So purchase and deploy. We can customize. And basically, we're pretty much broke now. Like, I can't even get better tires. Painted purple and orange. Does it cost anything? Oh no, we could just... Those all cost stuff. Needs a pasta route sticker. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Oh, it didn't save the change, did it? Alright. So I totally forgot that our truck's up there. Let's go deal with that. It's probably... Would you? I guess something like that we'll want to do. Alright, but before that happens, chat, it is about time that my wife should be home. She's probably already home making dinner. But I'm going to have to take a quick 5-minute break. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just like 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, somewhere in that area. And thank you for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple. Alright, thank you again. And since there's 2 sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
How about you?
Tuma's just like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj's like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what B cables are everywhere.
I am so sorry. I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... No. I'll just... Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, I mean, I'll try and blow up more if I can get my hands on more utilities that can blow up. Can I get more dynamite? I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Alright, and I am back. Sorry about that. Just had to go and grab her dinner real fast. Tomb just got home. Alright, so let's check out our brand new truck. It still has the street tires because we're broke as heck. But we shall see how much it does compared to the other one. Don't forget this. Eat this time. I never forget to eat. I'm just saving it. That is one of the things I do like about when we do the farming simulator. Is because there's a lot of times where you'd be like, okay, take the tractor. You like take the tractor AI, and we just kind of can watch it, so something's still happening while I'm, snacking a little bit. Yeah, AI take the wheel, immediately puts it up on two wheels, like the plow going into a tree and you're like, who is Raj? Oh, that's from Coral Island. It's one of the characters who is a very hot man. And we all know he knows he's a hot man. He doesn't brag. It's just clear that's just the reality of the world. Let's try moving that waypoint so I can actually reach it. It's basically in Coral Island. It's the guy who runs the coffee shop, but he is a very dapper individual. We were just talking about how Raj is hot. You know, there's certain realities in the universe. Life, death, taxes, and Raj is hot. Night Door says, my interest in Raj has tanked dramatically. Or massively, I'm sorry. On a scale from 1 to Raj, how is everyone doing today? You know, about 2/3 of Raj, I'd guess. It's not a bad day or anything like that. It's definitely not a Raj. It's a very high bar to hit there. For those who are missing the meme, there's a clip on the channel where I was playing Coral Island and I was having a discussion with the character Raj in the game, and my wife walks up and she's like, "Raj is hot." Just like out of nowhere, like no prompting at all, and it's like, I mean, facts are facts. It's like, I think it's like, isn't he though, or something like that. I think I gave the response. I don't remember the exact word. Or no, as Raj is hot, and it's like, and I was like, yeah, Raj is hot. And she was like, good for him. But it's just like the unpromptedness of it. And it says you just woke up and panicked thinking I was late for work, except that 1, it's your day off, and 2, I can pick my working hours anyways. I did a terrible job of putting these down. That's we've had the discussion about like even where like it's not long until I'm 40, which is a very upsetting thing to think about. But it's not long till I'm 40, and it's not super often nowadays, but every once in a while, like I'll wake up from, you know, a nightmare about, you know, I forgot to study for an exam, or there's some major project I was supposed to do in school, and I, you know, realize I hadn't started yet, and it's just too late, and, you know, or there's homework I needed to do that I didn't do, or whatever the thing is. And I was like, man, that's a strong indicator we're doing school wrong, that like 20 plus years after you're out of school, your body still wakes up in a cold sweat, that you messed up somehow and your entire future is doomed because whatever the issue is, you know, that you supposedly failed at with school. Okay, seriously, did I put all... How are these this far off? Get these where they need to be. There we go. Thursday, can confirm, am mid-30s, dreams of missed class and or exams. Oh yeah, no, it's a thing. But it's like, alright, clearly the way this was not healthy, that, you know, again, 10, 15, 20 years after it's behind you, that you're still having what's effectively nightmares about it. Because it's not like, you know, people have nightmares about wolves and all that, even if they've never run into wolves or whatever. Because, you know, there's argument about how much of it's nature and nurture and yada yada. But there's like, okay, but yeah, wolves are dangerous.
Thank you, Immortal Rose 211 for subscribing for 7 months.
Thank you, Immortal Rose, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, which does mean a whole heck of a lot out of all of Twitch that this is where you decide to use it. So thank you so much for that. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that support. So I do owe a Lego and all that. Let's see. You have dreams of getting lost and trying to find my class and trying to figure out what class I'm supposed to be in. All right, so this is a little of a not great one, but we got plenty of gas, so we're gonna make it happen. Let's see. Your school is so easy to navigate, and just still got lost more times than I can count. I never, like, don't get me wrong, I had the first day where I had to figure out my classes. I never, in any of the schools I had, particularly had a problem with being lost. The worst I ever had was one of the colleges I was in was notorious for, like, the first week moving a bunch of classes around. So even if you did the thing where you went by a bit early... Like, you went by a bit early to, like, figure out where your classes were, like, the day before. It didn't do you any good, because the next day you come by and there'd just be a paper sign on the doors like, oh, your class has moved to this other room. That happened, like, every time. You had a college that buildings were 3 different edges that didn't intersect. You had to go back outside the other side building. That is definitely a different design. Yeah, that one's with a, you know, profile, which is incredibly stress-inducing. Oh yeah. No, or buy away your finals in a different one. If you're late, you won't be permitted to be in there. Yeah, stuff like that. Yep. Alright. New truck discovered. Neat. That's not what I want to happen. It's fine, though. Let's see, look like you had ADHD exam time testing. Always in the same place. And client testing. That's nice. Probably actually going to have dreams about school tonight because of this conversation. Yeah, it happens. It's those things that, like, in the moment, of course, you're in, like, dreamland. Your brain's like, oh, God, like, this is all real. This is all a real big problem. And then you wake up in the morning, and, you know, you still have that panic. And then you wake up and like, man, I haven't been in college in over a decade. What the absolute hell, brain? None of this matters to anything. Oh, I forgot. I don't actually have to, like, take this anywhere. We could literally just go over here now, and I believe, and hop into here and say, yeah, take this home. Thank you. And take this home. Alright, so we got ourselves a new truck, which is the Chevrolet Kodiak. So there's a Chevrolet Kodiak, which is, it says I have 2 of them now, which is confusing. So we've got the heavy duty. Yeah, so let's get rid of the Chevrolet Kodiak. Alright, I don't think there's any other trucks we have there. So the last thing I've got on this map to do is to grab the missing machinery, of which there's one down here and a bunch up here. And I need a truck with a crane to do this. Yeah, so it is, weirdly I have that there, but it's all on this side of the map. So it does mean I will need to go here to customize, frame add-ons, and we could get the heavy crane. We have a bit more money. There's all-terrain tires. We're going to switch over to those. There. So I'm spending some money to do upgrades on it. Let's see. Grabbing the art of making a thing look better than how you found it. That sounds like a fancy word for vandalism. Harvested from plastic modeling kits, applied to the original model, the detail element. The practice of parts in the manner called kit bashing. A cube can with its grid version. Wait, sweet. All right. Yeah, so it's like just sure. So let's try just taking the direct route. Oh, we never went to the King of the Hill. Okay. Gotcha. So rather than going the long way around, I'm just like, let's just see how this goes. Need to try and kind of test the limits of this truck. It is supposed to be the off-road truck, and we have tires that are designed to be able to off-road way better than we have, and so far, it is doing well. I'm assuming the giant crane on this really hurts its ability to, you know, its performance as well. I'm also noticing my gas mileage is an atrocity. What's the goal of this game? Basically, the area's been hit with a disaster, and you're in the recovery effort of like rebuilding bridges and all that kind of stuff. Does the crane work as a winch? I have no idea. It'd be fun if it did. I suspect it probably doesn't. Oh, it does? Neat. But yeah, so the area has been hit with a disaster. In this case, we're in northern Michigan. It's been hit with a flood. So like a bunch of the bridges have been knocked out. There's rock slides and all that. So you're going around trying to like fix the problems because, you know, disaster relief can't get here and can't help if there's not a way for it to get into the area kind of stuff. So you are going through just trying to fix as many of the problems as you can as you're going through kind of stuff. Alright, because I never did grab whatever this quest is. So what is King of the Hill? Alright, we'll do that later. That'll be one for our Jeep to do. Four gallons per minute. You're not surprised the fuel icon is just a big, you know, big ol' F. That's kind of what I was figuring, is I suspect that the idea of this one is it's great for doing like the really hard, heavy off-road stuff. The Scout is good for like navigating where the other vehicles can't get to very easily. The highway is just very fuel efficient, so when you have to drag stuff across the entire map, that's where that shines. And then heavy is the one I'm kind of scratching my head at. It's like, what's the difference? Well, there's heavy as in not for off-roading, but for heavy lifting. That one also makes sense. But there's like heavy truck and heavy. Those are two I'm not as sure about what the difference is. Like where I would use one versus the other. So I don't... All right. Hey, Simplex, how's it going? How do exit cargo? There we go. I say now I proceed to smash ourselves with a box full of mining parts. Okay, so we'll cut across here, because that's terrible. Oh, you know I'm suddenly realizing? I'm gonna want a trailer for this. And I don't have any trailers worth mentioning really anywhere on this side of the map. They've been slowly migrating to the other side of the map. There's a scout flatbread. flatbed I could grab up there. Otherwise, the next good trailer is their 4 flatbed over here. Hey, Jay Walker, how's it going? So, I do think... Alright. We go here, we go up there, we go here, we go over there. We drop the package, we grab the 4 trailer, because they've got 4 of these to grab. And so I suspect the idea is we're going to go and use the crane to pull these out of this area, put them on the flatbed and drive them all over there versus picking them up one by one by one. The first one's the odd one out, though. So we will just get it to where it needs to go. Why is it always nighttime? That gas just feed it all into the engine. I'm enjoying it. How it compares to MudRunner, I have absolutely no idea, because, you know, while I've played this, I have not played MudRunner. But yeah, generally I've heard good things when it comes to comparisons, so I would assume decent. It's almost like using the right vehicle for the job actually does a good job. I don't know how I feel about this. I think it was better when I was just being stubborn. There we go. Mind blown. It's like, you know, I've been using my wrench as a hammer for all these years, and I made it work. But now that I'm using a hammer, this feels weirdly easy. I'm concerned. Am I actually putting in the right work? In short, my learning curve was tires matter. Well, yeah, that was one of the things, like, I had honestly debated with the Fleet Star, and I probably still will. I had debated getting the tires, because that to me felt like the biggest pain point, because it didn't seem I was lacking in horsepower, it was just, I was lacking in traction. Which is the tires job. Bonk. Welp. Excellent, we're properly anchored in. We'll be okay. No surprise, I can't operate the crane right now. No one could have seen that coming. I was hauling a big old box over my head, so it's not super shocking that went that way. Okay, you do attach. So we'll go ahead and switch this route. Like I said, I need that flatbed. I can buy a trailer here, but I don't need to buy what I already own. Yeah, part of why I was leaving them in random places, I was running out of gas, you know, or honestly, more genuinely, I didn't feel like driving the whole way back. It's more more honestly being, it's like, okay, I just drove all this time to the other end of the map. Can't recover them from the world map? I don't think so. You can't. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't seem to let you recover them, which is a weird choice that they let you recover your trucks, but not the trailers. Like, I'm not upset about it or anything. It's just like, huh. Oh, all-wheel drive's not turned on. But you can sell the trailers on the map for my too? Yeah, if you bring them back, I assume? Because if I get the money back, that's not as big a deal. It's mostly... Yeah. It's mostly I don't want to take the time to do that. I mean, I probably should. That's probably one thing I should, like, literally do is take the time to clean up the trailers. But it also feels like busy work. What was... Oh, man. I don't know why, but, like, in my head, a game keeps popping up. And I think it was for the N64. Was it called Blast Core? That, if I remember correctly, the setup of the game was there was this truck that I can't remember is like they were disposing of a nuclear warhead or something. So what they were going to do is drive this nuclear warhead to a place where they could kind of, you know, dispose of this nuclear warhead in a contained manner and all that kind of stuff. That it was like incredibly dangerous. And, like, you know, they just want to get, like, this little enclosed area where they could get rid of it and, you know, not endanger large portions of the population. But the story is ultimately the thing has a radiation leak, and for whatever reason, it has an autonomous mode in the truck that if something happens to it, it just drives in a straight line towards the place it's supposed to go to be destroyed. And so what ends up happening is they lose control of this truck, and your team is hired in to get a bunch of demolition equipment and literally just clear a path in front of it by destroying everything. Houses and offices and everything in the path must be destroyed so that you can get this highly dangerous vehicle to its endpoint. And it was a fascinating game that was part just being able to, like, mechanically do stuff. Like, they had a dump truck that when you'd swing the back of it, it would destroy just about anything. But, like, is, you know, getting the speed and angle to then swing the back of it through stuff. But yeah. Oh. My stop's back there. But yeah, and I remember having good times with that game. There was certain puzzle-ish elements, like there was ones where you had to, like, move barges back and forth so it could drive across the back of the barges and all that. So you had to, like, figure out the order of operations to go, like, okay, I need to move this barge in, and then take this other barge across to grab the third barge to move it over to then grab the second barge and get it back in time, and, you know, stuff like that. So it did have some, like, light puzzle elements and all that. But it was a fascinating game. And then they'll just give you bonus missions like go to the moon and just start wrecking the place. Because reasons. Okay. Because it's not really related, but that made me think of Cute Switch game, where you play as little aliens trying to basically use claw machines to solve problems. I haven't heard of that one. That one does sound like a fun little ridiculous game. Those fun games that just like, okay, it does this one thing, and then they build a game around it, usually end up being pretty good. Because a lot of games, they try to do a little bit of everything, and so what usually ends up happening is they do everything kind of crappily. Versus then you have the game who's like, I'm going to do this one thing, and only one thing, but I'm going to do it really well. Tend to be the games I find that are better. It's called Part-Time UFO. Yeah, I've never heard of that one. To be fair, I don't own a Switch. They don't usually pay much attention to their games, so it also doesn't surprise me if it's a Switch game that I'm just blissfully unaware. Like, no negative about Switches or anything like that. It's just, if you only got N dollars to spend on equipment for gaming and all that, you're gonna choose what you're gonna use, and then that's gonna be that. And for me, I chose PC. Because also with my development use case, I needed a good PC. So it kind of works out that the thing I need to do my job, well, in the past I needed to do my job, which I guess is still true now, but for a very different job, was the same thing I could put entertainment on, so I didn't see much of a reason to spend my other things. I don't remember if this track route sucked or not. I feel like it did. Alright. Yeah, no, when I was much younger, it was all console gaming. And then, like, I played some computer games, it was kind of limited what we had. But I don't even remember what the thing was that started it. Like, I ended up buying my own computer. You know what I think it was? I had started messing with Ultima Online, and to get the internet at the time, we had to go into my dad's office, because dial-up modems and all that, and that was just the one that was hooked up. And Mom would always yell at me about taking up the phone line in the house. I want to say, no, it wasn't then, because I removed my computer into my dad's office, which he was like, okay, like, this has to change. It doesn't do me any good to have an office if my kids are coming in here to use stuff. But yeah, it was some, I don't even remember what it was, that I went out, I had gotten money from working part-time, and I bought a computer with it, and there was some reason I did that. That maybe it was in the evenings between me and my brothers all trying to be on the computer, and me being a teenager who, you know, had friends and all that kind of stuff, and wanted to chit-chat with them and all that kind of stuff, and having to fight over computer time. I was like, alright, well, I'm going to solve this problem. I just bought my own computer. Yeah, I think being allowed to have my own room just happened when I bought it, because there wasn't really another place for it to be, because we had, like, we had what was, like, you know, the kid's computer, and then Dad had his own computer. So it's definitely, I'm pretty sure it had to do with sharing the computer with my siblings. I just don't remember if it was, like, having the time, like, having enough computer time, like, you know, having to share it was the problem, or there was stuff I wanted to do on the computer that I couldn't really do because, you know, share, like, it not being mine kind of thing. I don't remember exactly what it was. But I think it was literally I had worked my, I got my first part-time job, and I'm pretty sure I bought it with the money I got from that part-time job. Like, don't get me wrong, it was like a super crappy Dell. It was like your budget Dell. And don't bother asking me model, I couldn't tell you if I wanted to, because I don't remember. And remember, after that computer, I built all the rest of my computers out part by part. That was the only one I bought prefab. And the only other computers I bought prefab since there were like laptops, because custom building a laptop is just not something I'd recommend anyone do. There's been over the years a couple of companies who tried to move into that space. I haven't heard of them ever being particularly successful because of the difficulties of making a compact form factor with hardware. It says, we had the family computer in the common room while your father didn't know about computers. He was smart enough to do this thing so that he was in earshot and eyeshot. Yeah. We had the family computer. I think it was in my little brother's room, but like that was kind of where we all went for, like, the video game systems were in that room, the computer was in that room. So for our parents kind of supervising us, they knew we would be there. Because also it'd be very obnoxious to have it in the TV room, and so, you know, someone trying to watch TV or doing whatever, and then, you know, we're playing Magic School Bus or whatever it was at the time. Family computer was in an office? Yeah. Here's the current PC you first set up ever built. A friend helped you pick out all the parts and put them in all by myself. Had to ask for a lot of help. Oh yeah, that's the same way with everyone with their first one, is you need someone to kind of, not handhold you through it, but like to walk you through the whole thing. We're not over yet. We can recover. No, it's the trailer that went to. Okay. We're fixing the problem. Everything's fine. I just came to the realization... Oh no, we're still on track. I was like, oh no, like I totally forgot that I needed to, Yeah, so this thing is top heavy. That's what I'm learning. This crane, not good on hills. Can you know the crane anymore? I don't think so. I think that is like the reset position of it. Yeah, so in hindsight, when I have the crane, these roads out here in the mountains, not a place it should go if I don't have to. Yeah, so the problem is getting to the crane controls is several steps, so I can't really do it as a reflex. Is basically the issue. I have to like put it in crane mode, then start swiveling the crane, then put it back out of crane mode. Let's see. You and your brother had your own computers. We weren't the best, but neither of us touched the others' computers. Yeah, no, that was the thing. When I had my own computer, I never really had to worry about, like, my siblings getting on my computer. Like, part of it was I had passwords and everything. It's not that I never let them use it. There was times, like, I had gotten a scanner way later on, and when someone needed access to the scanner, you know, I didn't, like, I wasn't supposed to be like, oh no, I'm sorry, it's my scanner, you can't use it. Now, they would get to use it on my schedule, but usually it was like, if I was in the middle of something, I'd be like, hey, give me a half hour or whatever. You know, whatever is reasonable. But that wasn't very often, that was the whole thing. That scanner back when you had to use a SCSI connection, SCSI. I remember dealing with that garbage, having to get an adapter card. Am I the oldest? Nah, I'm the middle kid. I got brothers. I got a brother a little bit older and a brother a little bit younger. You lost bedroom door privileges due to being too often on your PC as a teen? Yeah, I definitely got in trouble a lot as a kid. Mostly for just staying up too late on the computer. Which, you know, nowadays I realize that was yet another sign of ADHD stuff. A lot of people with ADHD, especially in childhood, have lots of sleeping problems, and that, like, mornings are the bane of our existence and yada yada yada. So I would be active and lively in the evening and not able to get to sleep, so I'd hop on the computer and do stuff. And I'd be into whatever my hyper focus was at the time, I'd be trying to do that as much as possible. And a lot of times I could only get away with actually just getting into the thing I want to be doing when, you know, everyone else is asleep and I can do so without being bothered. Alright, so we will activate the anchor. Where was the crane? It's not restore crane. Where was the oh, crane mode. So, like, for most of my life as a good student, it wasn't always the case. Like, it's definitely around middle school I started to struggle more. And that's because I stopped being interested in school. Like, school stopped being fun. Don't... Oh, here we go. Pack cargo. That's not the right button. There we go. Fine, I will bring it with me. I was like, I'm not going to bring it with me. I'm just going for the gas real fast. But I'm like, no, I need to turn the trailer around anyways, and that's a place that I can do that. Yeah, no, I was like... When I was in elementary school, for the most part, as a, like, you know, really good near straight A student, because I found a lot of what we were being taught fun and interesting and engaging. And then as I started getting to, like, late elementary, middle school, you know, it stopped being as much fun. And that's when grades started to really, really not go as well. I was mostly a good student still, but, definitely my grades started taking a hit. By high school, I was still above average and all that, but nowhere near where I had been. But it's also because it kind of branched down the things that interested me. I was interested in the robotics program. I was interested in, you know, social stuff and wanting to hang out with friends and computers and a whole bunch of hobbies and all that. You know, versus geometry just wasn't something I had any passion for whatsoever. So it was like, you go into geometry class, you want to be doing about 40 other things, and it's just very difficult to have any interest in it at all. Because you didn't start doing bad until high school, then you dropped from making tests of 90 a grade to busy work. Yeah. I feel, to be fair, I also feel like, well, part of that, yes, ADHD. I feel like a big part of that was just the approach to school. I can't speak for like the broader areas and all that, but where I'm at, like that was the same time we started moving towards like teaching to the tests and all that kind of nonsense. And they stopped making, like, a lot of the teachers at that point, there's like, you have an obligation to learn this. And they didn't really care about trying to make it fun or interesting or anything else. It's like, you have to learn this, therefore, that's good enough a reason. We don't have to, like, make this fun or anything else like that. Which is really just like, okay, so you just want to be a crappy teacher is what you want to do. It is one of those things, even in adults, you need to take consideration of your learners' motivations to help drive it. And stuff like, oh, you'll get paid more because it's like 3 steps removed, just doesn't really help much. Yes, I acknowledge if I learn more, I'm gonna have more opportunities for jobs and yada yada yada. But like, that's something that pays off 10, 15 years down the road. That doesn't pay off now. And very much that delayed gratification makes it harder to be interested in versus stuff you could do right now that has more immediate gratification. Because your parents knew you had ADHD for years and only learned you had it when you were 16. And my reaction was like, that explains a lot. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, you know, at elementary school, like, they usually deal with it more from student behavioral stuff. Like, the fact that it's good for teaching is a bonus, but they're trying to keep the kids busy doing something entertaining to, you know, keep them from getting themselves in trouble or getting hurt or whatever. But by middle school and high school, they're like, you need to learn biology. Here's your textbook reading for the day. Here's your assignment. Go to it. Don't bother me, I'll be at my desk. Like, there's a lot more of that kind of crap going on. Or the teacher would just read the chapter and then give you your homework. And again, like, that was not interesting, it wasn't fun, it wasn't engaging. So it turned education from being an interesting and fun and natural thing that kids want to do to, this is this boring crap I have to do all day. Which is a shame. Because it kind of ruins people for learning. Let's see, you failed a handful of classes. You think you finished like 700 classes in 1 month and online to catch up for graduating? Yeah, I never ended up failing any of my my grade school, high school, middle school class. There's definitely a couple times that I was messing up. That I had, you know, I had put myself in the path that if I didn't fix something, it was going to go bad. But it wasn't until college that I had any classes that I ever had to retake. And part of that was me being stubborn and having everyone I knew around me be like, no, you do not want to take this class. The person to be like, nah, I know better. It's fine. I was wrong. But, you know, it was a crappy teacher who was about to retire who just did not give any Fs anymore. Because, like, what are they going to do? Fire them? You got D+ what class and convince your professor to give you a point, so you got a C-. Yeah. Because you knew your stuff, but you didn't do all the homework. Yeah. Well, that was, that class was talking about, so it wasn't even a difficult class. It's just basically me butting heads with the teacher, and the teacher's just being a lousy teacher, that I ended up needing to retake it. That I had technically passed, but not enough for it to count for what I needed to account for, so I had to take it again. And And so I retook the class with a different teacher, and I practically slept through that class, and I got through with no problem. Like, a lousy teacher can absolutely derail someone. You know, some teachers in high school you didn't like, you're pretty insufferable. But the teachers you like, you're their best friend. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing that a lot of teachers deal with, is they deal with students that just pretty much cause them headaches. Yeah, that's what James says. I had such good teachers in your junior and senior high school year of college. Except your economics teacher. I hate her class. My economics teacher in high school was a waste. They literally could just have given us free time, and it would have been more effective for teaching us economics by not teaching us anything. And that's because the economics teacher had changed nothing about any of their lesson plan or anything since they started the job. And it had become kind of a rite of passage in our school to just take the folder of the homework assignments from the year before and then hand them back to like the next grade below. So no one was learning it. And it was another of those teachers who was just like, read the book, take the test. So you had all the answers to the test, and no one was like interested in just reading the book. I do feel like any teacher who their answer is read the book should be fired on the spot. Because it's just, okay, you're not doing your job. Like, your job is to teach. I can read the book on my own time. That's fine. You can sit there and say, we're covering this, and if you struggle, you can read the book, or we are covering what is in the book from this area. That's all fine. But, like, to straight up be like, read the book, figure it out. Like, yeah, that's, like, your job isn't to babysit. Your job is to teach. I know there's a lot of parents who want your job to be to babysit, but I would also argue to those parents that they're also wrong. Alright, so this seems like it's going to be absolutely hell so far as our gas mileage. So I think what we do is we aim to park the trailer down here. That way it's kind of central. And then we drive around and get the drill spare parts, we bring them to the trailer, and then we'll have a fairly straight shot in here. So before we start worrying about any of this other nonsense, let's get the trailer into position. Because it looks like there is probably... We'll make it short, because it looks like a dirt spot. So it looks like there's probably mud in a road here to get these two. I don't really know where we go down. That looks like a steep cliff. I assume what we're going to do is come down from like this side and over. But I'll see when we get there. Yeah, a teacher who was racist as heck and one of the... and just one cough away from retirement as a math teacher. I despised her. I had, we had a Japanese teacher who... I will say he liked pretty things, referring to people. And he was creepy. He never did anything, but it was very uncomfortable. But he did play favorites. That he did do. Never heard whatever happened to him. Yeah, student marries. Yeah, teacher married student the day she graduated. Lovely. That was always one of the ones I was conflicted about, is we had a health teacher, and like nothing ever happened to it, but like as the student, So, you know, you finish high school, depending on it, you're usually around the age of, like, later 18, earlier 19 around here. It's about the time you finish high school. And the health teacher, you know, had been, like, incredibly talented, had gotten through college very fast, had, like, done honor roll, like, all sorts of stuff that, you know, AP classes that she was, like, way ahead of most people. So when she started teaching, she was 20. And it was always ones that, like, was a head scratcher to me. And, like, nothing ever happened with her and our student. She was, like, married and everything. But it's always those things with a head scratcher. It's like, okay, being entirely genuine, you got students in your class that are 19 years old, and you're 20. Obviously, while you're in the this position of power where you are an authority figure over the student, nothing should happen. Because that is, again, you are in a position of authority or power over the other person. You are not coming at it an equal playing field. But, had you gotten to know a student or whatever, then after you became not a student, like, there should be no problem. Like, you're right there in the age range. You're within you're basically a year apart. Like, no one's gonna look at, you know, a couple being, like, 1 year apart and going, oh, that's so weird. But, like, there is a disparity of power while the teacher-student relationship is in position. But yeah, that would definitely be not marrying at graduation kind of scenario. Unless, of course, I could also see it as a thing if they were a couple and then, you know, became a teacher. That would also be a different thing. Which would... Those are the ones I actually feel bad for, is when you get those, like, really wild situations like that. I wonder if I can reach that from here. I don't think I can, but we're gonna try it anyways. Because, like, okay, you know, 18, 19 years old, you graduate, you know, you're in college probably earlier than that, doing stuff because you're, like, not an overachiever, I don't want to say it like that. But okay, so that's way out of range. I figured it would be. But it's like one of those things that, like, you were what would have been normally on the up and up and everything's fine, but then because one of you managed to get through your college much faster than most people do, it goes from everything is fine to going, hang on a second, wait. Now that's nothing. Now granted, we haven't run into situations, so they shouldn't have to make a policy or law or whatever around it. But it's always one of those things you kind of sit there and go, okay, but how do we navigate this? Yeah, a teacher like that, like only a few years older than the class, nothing happened that you know of, but she had one of the few classes that had very, very high rate of attendance. Oh yeah, it was the same with this health teacher. Like this health teacher was absolutely like beloved. Like very, very much, very effective teacher. Because I feel like part of it was, why are you not going up? There we go, I'm hitting the wrong button, that's why. But, like, I feel like a big part of it was she could relate to the students and remember what it's like to be that age kind of thing. Versus you've had people who've been teaching, you know, they're well into their 50s and all that. And the world is just a different place when they were kids. And it's not to say that they're not useful, they're not good teachers or anything like that. But there is a certain level of, you just don't have a shared understanding on things. Like, too much has changed. Alright, and we could go ahead and do this. Restore the crane. Deactivate. I guess when I restore it, turns those off as well. Alright. So it's time to go after the next one. But yeah, no, I liked her class. Because also she treated the students like adults. So instead of talking down at us, she talked to us as peers. She was also very good in her education theory, that rather than just lecturing us, she would try and lead with questions that she'd be like, okay, why do you think X, Y, Z? Oh, that's interesting. Why do you think that was the way it was? Oh, interesting. Like, you know, if it got off topic, she'd bring it back in. You know, going with all that. And it's just not, like, one, it's hard to do that. Very genuinely, it's a very challenging way of teaching to deal with that. So, like, I understand why a lot of times you don't get that type of teaching happening very much. The 11th grade math teacher was probably in her 70s and 80s. By the time she retired, I was glad no one had to deal with her stuff anymore. There is that as well, so that some teachers do get jaded. I've definitely had older teachers who are perfectly fine as well. Like, it's not meant to be like an age thing. It's, I do feel, you know, there are a number of people who there's just like an expectation. Don't actually do that. Okay. There's like an expectation of like, you are the authority, you wherever, and you know, sure, that's true. But there is a certain amount of respect and everything that happens. That like, if you give your students a chance to like actually voice concerns, questions, all that sort of stuff, treat them as human beings, there's like way more success in teaching. No one likes to be talked down to. And just because you can doesn't mean it's a good idea. Weirdly, the animated Adam Sandler kids movie kind of had the vibe. I don't remember that one. There's been a number of stuff to explore the idea of completely changing the entire setup of teaching. You know, like there's ones where the kids get together because all of them couldn't get into like the big school that they're supposedly getting into, so they make their own school kind of thing. Oh, is that really the limit? You don't turn. Oh no, it's fine. I'm just stuck on the pole. We'll just keep twisting till the pole's broken. It's fine. Who needs that pole? That pole there, it's stinky. No one wants it. That's right. I said it, pole. That's just something you got to live with now. One of your anchors is also on the guardrail. Ah, yeah, that's properly secure. Excellent. I see nothing wrong with any of this. Alright, so raise those, reset the crane. So let's do the thing where we set the cargo before we go on to the other two. You gonna... pack the cargo. Alright, so I've got what looks like a dirt trail over here, maybe. Yes, looks like it might be a dirt trail that goes along here somewhere. There's also what looks like one being over here. So it looks like there might be a dirt trail along where those spare parts are. I'm not feeling really great about trying to take this thing along there at all. I'm gonna try the other side because let's take this over to the other area. Because I feel like it'll be easier to take the things down the hill than up it. Just careen down the hill, what could go wrong? More it's I get the box, and I gotta figure out how to get it to the trailer. Like, getting to the boxes, yeah, I could definitely gravity assist my way down by just using the anchors. Sorry, not the anchors, the winch. And just, like, winching one, letting ourselves inch down till we have that tree behind us, then winch to the next one. We've done that before. It actually works pretty okay. Not here where I have, like, straight-on rock face, but... There, it goes like, am I really climbing that much? Like, what am I on? Ah, big old rock. Okay, makes sense. Alright. Yeah, so it does look like there's a road down there. I thought I saw a spot over here where it could be at. Okay. Yeah, I think that's my path there. Yeah, it's got a big heavy crane on it. I'd love to be able to zoom out at all farther. That feels like a much more of a path over there. Can I get around this tree? Or am I too late? We got around the tree. Cool. I think that's the path, chat. What do you think? Alright. I like the way we went, though. I think our route was better. We got to have an experience with it. So the fear is I can't safety winch. So if I start to roll, we roll. Case in point. Oh, I went slightly too far over. I might still actually be able to save this. Come on, come on. Nope. Anchor crane. Do the thing. don't even bother moving around. Just yank the box across the ground till it's where I want it. That's how you treat expensive equipment, is you just literally just drag it wherever you want it. It's fine. If it was actually expensive equipment, it's clearly going to need to be at least be durable to be mishandled, right? Alright. You scared just watching? It's fine. This is going exactly according to plan. Gotta wonder how the box got in the position to start with. I think the idea is the hand wave that, you know, a flood rolled through and just everything went everywhere. We've already kind of gone through and looked at some of that's like, okay, but even with a flood, why would that even get remotely where it is? Rual is the reason your boxes are damaged, right? No, it's the flood. Look, you have no evidence that it's my fault. And they're just like slamming the box into the ground the entire way there. Look, man, I'm only being paid to retrieve the box, not retrieve it in any kind of meaningful condition. If you want it in good condition, the rates really go up. You need to cooperate with me, box. There we go. So downside is I am going to... Is there gas I can get to really easily? The gas is all the way down there. We're going to try and make it without stopping for the gas, because honestly, if I do have to backtrack for gas, it's going to be such a big backtrack just to get it. It's going to be a whole thing. So we've got only 14 gallons left in our tank, so I'm going to just try and make it work. It's gonna be close, because like, I'll get this other box no problem. It's a matter of if I can get that trailer back to where it needs to go beforehand. But if I load up all this on that trailer before it runs out of gas, it means I can just take anything else. What happens if you run out? I would have to restore the vehicle back to the garage, or I have to get another vehicle. I didn't get the winch off in time. We can just wiggle. We can just wiggle. Come on. Don't make me go the whole way back up. We can wiggle. I wish it wasn't clipping to the ground. Yeah, so because I'm upside down, we can't start our vehicle, which sucks because I had one more box to do. I'm hoping I could just like get it to shift just enough that I could cause it to turn back on. but we are gonna have to recover anyway. Which does mean I gotta drive all the way the heck back up there. So boom, 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 boom. And cut across here. I mean, either way, we're probably gonna have to do that. Yeah. Well, no, it automatically refills your tank when you recover it. Oh, we only need 4 of the spare parts? It's fine. We're gonna bring 5. So, I apparently didn't need that last part. Basically, had your truck run at 5 good wheels, gas tank at 40% durability, engine at 48% durability. Complete wrecked gearbox, surprisingly in good condition. A bit of spit polishing cost you like mere $5,000. Okay. Alright, I did a terrible job setting my waypoints. No one's surprised by this. Alright. Yeah, so let's hurry up there. Get the last of the boxes on there. Get those turned in. How am I doing on time, by the way? Okay, yeah, so get this mission knocked out, and it'll be about time to flip games. So it's still going to take me a little bit, so we're going to push into, like, a little past what we normally would. Yeah, flipping is your biggest nightmare. We'll use the slowest, most stable vehicles and equipment, so you don't get mad. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a very good chance we're going to be able to get the crate on there, but there was that one mud spot we had to cross through, which wouldn't be that big a deal, but we were already kind of pushing our luck on the gas up there. So there is a very real possibility I would have had to backtrack anyways to top off the gas tank. So I don't actually think that set us back that much. The only thing that would have been a good benefit is had I managed to get that last box in there, I could have dropped the crane, which would have made it so we didn't have to drive up there while being top heavy. I have no idea what you're saying for the second part there, Darth. Fishing is fun in Final Fantasy XIV, and you usually hate fishing in games? Yeah. I know there's, like, a lot of back and forth between people who like fishing and dislike fishing in games, depending on the gaming, like, the fishing mechanics. There's definitely some that do better than others. Like, I definitely had games that the fishing mechanic is pretty unpleasant. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There was a game we were playing just the other day that I was like, oh yeah, the fishing in this is bad. Oh, it was Cult of the Lamb. The Cult of the Lamb of the fishing is terrible. It's like Stardew Valley's fishing if it, like, just really did not work smoothly. I mean, don't get me wrong, Stardew Valley's fishing is, you know, it can be pretty challenging. Yeah, no, Cult of the Lamb's fishing was also like, this is not my favorite. There was a reason I caught one fish and I didn't bother with more. Oh, so it's something that, like, probably literally no one have had any knowledge from just randomly in chat. I know you like to say random things, Darth, but, like, Why would you assume anyone knew what you're talking about there? The most important part of communication is being understood by the other party involved in the communication. It doesn't matter if the grammar is correct, the spelling is correct, or anything else. If the other party understood, congratulations, you have done a communication.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I'm getting the stretch here in a minute. Let me just get to the other side of here where I get the crane set up for that. Do I still owe a Lego? I don't remember. I think I do owe a Lego. I'm pretty sure I do owe a Lego. So that'll be what we do for the stretch break. Is I'll get into position. We'll get the Lego I owe. And if I don't owe one, then you're getting a freebie because I'm suddenly going, wait, do I owe one? Which usually means I do. But I'll get the stretcher. For those who don't know, Allison Adventure, another creator on the platform, plays a lot of Project Zomboid. Been doing a pretty sweaty cryogenic winter run on one of the harder difficulties. But not like actually sweaty because it's expletive cold. But you know, you get the idea. But good times there. I enjoyed messing with cryogenic winter when we had that. Like when we did that. My only issue I ran with cryogenic winter, if you don't turn it up to be like really difficult like you've got it. And thank you, Strider, for the 200 biddies. So that's 3 Lego pieces I owe. But if you don't turn up the difficulty in cryogenic winter like way up, like they've got it, it's one of those things you get some extra clothes and it's a solved problem. Versus when you turn it like way up, it's almost like playing the Long Dark, where you kind of like scramble to the next place, like bundle up and stand by a fire to warm up. So you kind of like leapfrog from place to place, looking for heat. Or if you've ever played the Division 1 survival mode, it's like the beginning of that, where like you have to like run from fire to fire as you're like trying to get through the area, which is a lot of fun. You may not remember if you had a piece owed. I don't think it was you I had owed the piece. I think we had a sub. Maybe it was you. I honestly don't remember. I have to look at the event log. But either way, now I believe I owe 3 pieces. But like I said, I want to get just like not even get the thing loaded up. I just want to get the crane into the area where we were going to be lifting the crate. And once I get this in position up there, then we'll go there. There was a Prime sub earlier. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking it was. And an extra 45 biddies. Thank you for that. Why does it not feel like I'm in the right place? It's because I'm not. Actually, that'll work. You died at 1 because you were at a tiny shack. Even though I was inside, it still counted the corpses as outside. You died from corpse sickness. I had similar almost happened in my run with Jeremiah Wiener. There was definitely a time that like I had made myself like a little cabin in the woods kind of thing while I was trying to clear an area. And I was like, cool, I'm inside, there's not enough bodies nearby. We should be okay. I was wrong, we hit feverish. And so I had to, by the secret military base, run into the woods, you know, yanking the character's clothes off to get the temperature down, while eating whatever was in my bag to, you know, get the healing buff from being overfed. Which means you're taking entire sticks of, like, lard and butter and just eating them whole to get the healing buff. I survived it, but it was like, how are we still alive running through the military base woods? We'll consider this close enough. All right, so I owe 3 Lego pieces. So let me get those 3 Lego pieces, and we'll go from there. So I can't really see the instructions from where I'm at. Okay, so it looks like here's 1 piece here. Now halfway across this thing. Yeah, so it looks like I'm probably going over here. Is this right? I can't see what I'm doing. The instructions are too far away. Because I got my mic in between me and my goal. Okay, that would have been wrong. Alright, so. This appears to be the bottom. And I would go in from this side. We get 1 of these. That's 2 pieces. And then this is 3 pieces. All right. Let me go and get this moved back over. Okay, and that's just the thing we've been doing for bits and subs. Every sub is a Lego piece. Every 100 bits is a Lego piece. But only when we get a full 100. When someone gives me like 35 bits, it doesn't round up. Let's come together little by
Take a
little.
sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Give me a moment. Gotta switch drinks. I already had the other one staged. Yeah, back nearly a month because you got a system that works. Sucks to lose the saw though. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is there might be a route from the bottom side here going up. I'm gonna check that real fast. Because if so, it doesn't look like there's much of ledges or cliffs. It's just a matter of if I can get through the trees. It is once again perpetually and always nighttime. Honestly, I'd say that's probably my biggest annoyance about the game is while the night looks good, it really is kind of like, it's kind of at first like, oh, that's so pretty. And then after they're like, you know what? I just want to be able to see what I'm doing. Like, I can fast forward. Just let me turn it off. Let me just say daylight, night cycle. Nah, I don't feel like it. There we go. That's setting in New Game Plus? Yeah, do you know what it should be? Not a setting in New Game Plus. That should just be an option in the game. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. I want some of these things to do different stuff. There we go. This is a classic problem in simulation games. Just too many controls for too many things. That stuff you don't do a lot of, you end up getting the controls wrong. Alright, so that's just gonna be us rolling is what that's gonna be. Come on, give it up, little tree. What? How are you... There we go. I was like, how are you even still stuck? If you're going to a new game yet, pop-ups, new campaigns, plus custom scenarios. Where's my chainsaw? I was more getting confused how that little tree was like continuing to hang in there. Cannot see what is happening here. Okay. That beats going over an angle that's really steep. They'll probably flip over on. I'm gonna try and go right up here. That's not what I wanted. It's what I... That's still not what I want. But thank you for blasting the air horn. It's cool. Sure. All right. Now comes the real tricky part of turning this whole thing around and going the other way. Trailer is packed. Everything else is set. Gonna try and go off to the right here and turn around. We'll see how this goes. It's not where I want to connect with. Keep accidentally turning things off. So what I need to do is I need to turn that around. I don't think there's anywhere back here I can reach. Because I'm trying to get that whole thing so I could sneak it around that pole, but it's just too sharp of a turn. We'll just have to go around the other way. I have definitely made this not a great situation. Probably in about the best way I could. So detach the trailer, because I'm not going to be able to turn at all with it the way it is. Oh wait, that might actually work well. Hey. Let's play a little game. It's called back into the trailer and shove it up the hill. You too can play the game. back the trailer and shove it up the hill. You know what? That'll do. Don't roll back. And perfect. To the factory. I should probably actually put this on my map. So we want to go here, down there, over here, down there, down here, straight over, up, boom, and drop off. All right. So just got to get over some of these rocks and some of this dirt area, which isn't going to be the smoothest sailing, but it should be doable. Okay. I'm very impressed that it didn't roll or the trailer didn't go rocketing down into the mud. That one felt pretty okay. Now's the danger zone. And I am riding a bit on the right, which is a little dangerous with the cliff there. But I'm trying to go where I actually have ground that seems like we can get some grip on it. That's okay, we're about to be on road, and then things should get a lot better in the short term. You'd think with like the actual disaster recovery efforts while we're trying to build all this bridge and all that, you would just get a vehicle, put like a plow on the front of it, and just shove the rocks off the road. Like that to me would be a worthy investment. I was like driving around and trying to maneuver around. I was like, man, just get a bulldozer, just shove it right off to the sides. It doesn't matter which side. You push it down the cliff, you push it against the rock wall. Either way, it's out of the middle of the road. Versus going by and getting stuck in them again and again. That said, that would make the game less interesting. So I get why it's here in the game purpose. But like in real life, it's like, yeah, you know what you'd do? You'd be clearing your roads while all this other stuff is trying to go on. But that's in line for when you play State of Decay 2. That there's like the flipped over cars and buses in the road that are there forever. And you'd be like, no, if I'm rebuilding society little by little and all that, I'm going to take the 2 minutes to get a vehicle to drag this car out of the middle of the road so I can at least drive on this road in the future. Which I think would be fine in the realm of how State of Decay works. Just make it an event that makes a bunch of noise and draws zombies and all that. So it's, you know, you bring your resources, you have to use fuel, and you have to have like the right equipment and yada yada to do it. And then, you know, again, the zombies will attack while you're working on it kind of thing. So there's like part of it, you know, taking the time to actually operate the vehicle, while the other part of it's like protect yourself. That I could see that being a fun mechanic. And then you get the, you know, the little car out of the middle of the road so you don't have to swerve around it every single time you drive through there for the rest of your life. It'll be curious whenever State of Decay 3 comes out what they do with it. I'd like to see the player be able to make more long-term changes to the map itself. Like, not 7 Days to Die or Minecraft-esque, where it's like voxel and you can do every single piece. But more just broadly, you know, there's junk here, you can make it not in your way anymore kind of stuff. Alright, detach the trailer. So I actually had, like I said, the one extra part that I hadn't counted for. Alright. So with that, if we look at our map for the things to do here, we have just King of the Hill, which is just get our scout. That'll probably be no problem. And then literally everything else is like leave the map, which I have yet to do. So this one, we need to get the oil rig, which is off the map. This one, we need to get the fuel, which, oh, we haven't accepted that, and take it to the dam, which is, I guess, the next tile over. And then we have the last one here, which is the lost container. Oh, it's literally here. Alright, fine. I was about to be like, oh, we're done. Like, I'm sitting right here. If I restore my vehicle, I'll be back. We're already loaded up. It's fine. We'll just go here. I've rotated the camera and I'm confused there. So give me that back. Alright, so this should give me more enough space to do a full turnaround. That camera was upsetting. Yeah, as well as things that's like, okay, hang on. I'm up here. If I delay this, it's going to be a setback. I had to drive all the way back up here. So we're just going to try and run it there real fast. It should be along the highway the whole way. Just a little bit of spots here and there with the rocks. It's nowhere near as heavy a load as when we were just coming up here, so it should also go easier there. We should be able to hit gas on the way by. And that'll be another thing off the map. I was saying, and then we immediately roll it over, and it becomes an whole thing. If I do end up like rolling the truck over, it's not like right there. That'll probably be the stop point, but we can go ahead and just try and get this turned in real fast, because this also means I'll have the trailer back towards the start. So if I do need it, it's just there for me. I was saying, I'm pretty sure that's not the way I'm intending on going. Alright. Because, yeah, with this we'll have pretty much just about everything taken off this map. Alright, come on, you can do this. It's like all of it will be going to the next map. So I don't think we grab cargo and we take it on to the next map. Like, there was a lot of stuff insinuating we could do that. But it was stuff like steel beams and wood and stuff like that. Instead, what I think we do, we would just drive on to the next map, get an idea what our situation is there. So probably take the scout out there, find the garage, drive around, like do the tour, that kind of stuff. Then we can start making the assessment of like, oh, I need to go down to the first map to grab the lumber from here and drag it up. That's where the lumber mill is, or I need to grab, like, I don't know what's on the next map. Because this is my first time playing through this game, and I've yet to leave this area. So it'll definitely be a thing that we have stuff we have to drag between the 2 tiles, or 3 tiles, or however many there are. But, we don't have that information yet, so we'll figure it out when we get there. Lumber is very painful. Yeah, no, I know I've seen a little bit of gameplay from other people where they've had, like, the logging trucks, and my understanding is they're very top-heavy. They're also just very heavy in general. So you need something that's got, like, a lot of power, and then they're top-heavy on top of it. Okay. If you do it the way the game wants, you'll be making like 6 or 10 trips depending on the mission. That doesn't sound great. I was still kind of hoping with the pumps, even if it didn't matter that much, that after we looked at the pumps, you know, you'd see part of the map get cleared up of water, even if it literally didn't change anything, like, meaningful. Just, you'd see the water going down to have the feeling it's like, oh yeah, we are fighting back the flooding. But, like, even if, like, the river itself stayed just as swamped and all that, like, have the area where the pump was at, where, like, the, you know, mucking through it to the pump was the only thing you were really doing over there. Have those areas, the water noticeably go down. Alright, and there's the gas station, so we're almost home. I'm supposed to be bringing that back where we start, right? Definitely not there. That's not where I'm supposed to take it. I'm taking it the wrong way. You know what? I could stay there. Because I don't have enough gas to go back the way I came. Oh no, that's fine. I have this rotated wrong. It needs to go to the warehouse, though. So actually, I would want... It's fine. So what's going to end up happening is... We're not going to do this one right now. I'm going to detach that trailer. Because I need to go the other way. I wasn't paying attention. I was just like, oh, I need to get this back to base. Yeah, so... It's fine. But what's going to end up happening here, chat, is we are at about the time that we switch games. For those who are new to the channel, I usually do play for a full 9 hours of game time per stream, at which point after that, like, that's the end of the stream, but I do split it up halfway through, so I'll play like one game for the first half and one game for the second half, and I do that both to prevent me from burning out, as well as by having the 2 different games we play on any given day. It does tend to do really well for people always having fresh content. So in the meantime, for all of you over on YouTube and TikTok, I will have to end the stream for all of you because I can't switch categories. But over here on Twitch, just hang out. We'll be switching games, and we'll be back here in a moment. So goodbye, YouTube, and goodbye, TikTok.